You're okay, sweetie. Hey, you're about to get squirted, sweetie. Oh, snicker snack. We got the cat cam on. Her little ears are down there. We're all yelling. We're excited. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. I slightly rearranged my desk a little bit. So I need to shift a few things about because yeah, Sleepy Wolfie, bringing the emotes. I forgot my water cup. All of the emotes will Sleepy Wolfie. And most of them work on my stream just fine. Ba, 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 na. Ba, ba. You have emotes? Sleepy Wolfie has a lot of emotes, though. They are like legendary emoters. Layden has emotes. We got a pirate or a salty seafarer or a multi. Ba, ba, ba. We got Giga Chad. I love the little cat beating on things, playing the music. Bongo cat. Banana. Banana. Blades 81 actually has a twerking penguin. Don't do it. Don't do it, sweetie. Stay over there. You just found out you have a lot of emotes now? Don't do it, sweetie. Let's not start this stuff. Down. Down. Okay. Bye. Do. I am almost ready. I forgot to get my water cup. So I need to prepare myself just a little bit. Get my mixing brush and all my other brushes out and ready. Bum, 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 bum. I hope everybody's Saturday, well, Friday's been a good one. We successfully made it through the work week. So yeah, we're gonna start knocking him out again. I'm gonna turn down our exposure just a little bit. We're gonna take a look around and see what we need to work on. So in terms of gold, we got to get the eagle's head, his back, shoulders, and elbow pads. I need to do something with the pouches going down, the filigree on his back, his shield a little bit more, and then I need to bring his chest into line with everything else just a little bit. And of course, get the base painted, which I'm just going to throw that brush across the way. I take some of my phthalo blue and my green. That's where we're going to start with our base. Just a hint of black. With a nice dark green. So, yeah. While I do the base, I'm going to pop off his arms. Really quick like. I don't need a brush with a super good point or tip. So, we're just going to brush quickly. Many thin coats will be required. Boom, boom, doom, doom, doom. We also need to do his hair too, and I need to get its strands going a little bit better. But I need to get the backside of his shield some kind of color. Some kind of color. I hope everyone's got fun plans for the evening. I know Death was talking about being able to watch Wicked with her parents. Or their parents. I'm sorry, I should not. Sometimes I forget. You do that, Malty. I will be right here. But how are you, Layden? Realized I missed a piece of this shield. And I must get it, or it will drive me crazy. There we go. I am going to work on Dwight, our channel mascot, I feel like. I was painting him when I was able to get to the rank of affiliate, so I will immortalize him somehow within my layout of Twitch and potentially put him as a martyr for it. So it is the Chibi Chimera figure that we've been working on for quite some time now. He started with just these basic colors down below. So black, blue, magenta, red, green, yellow, and white. And I mixed up a brown and started working through the different colors that I wanted to establish. So his eye colors, hair color, facial colors, all of that are based on um, it. So it depends on what I want to do with the multi. Sometimes I want to spend a little bit of time on them, so I will not paint as much, or I'm painting for primarily not the white. I want to desaturate this a little bit with some magenta or some blue, one of the two. Yeah, I don't want that. That's pink. The geisha girl, that figure is going to be probably another I probably have another shit a long time in her. She's a little bit more of an exception rather than the rule. For clarity's sake, Multi is referring to this geisha right here. I have been working on her. I started her what I feel like was over a year ago. Off and on, picked her up and put her down, picked her up and put her down. She probably has 60 to 80 hours of work in her, maybe. maybe. Um, she started getting a lot more progress recently because of the stream and revitalizing it. She is the exception, not the rule. Um, Galen's right around 8 to 10 hours so far, multi. Um, it really depends on what I want to get out of the figure and what I want to achieve. For him, I mean, so if I wanted to paint this guy in a day, I could. If I wanted to sit down and have a 2 hour stream and said, I'm going to paint a figure in 2 hours, I could. I may not like the result. I will be unhappy with my result of how it turns out because I have an expectation of what it's supposed to look like in my head. So I rushed this guy quite quickly because I was not enjoying the batch process. He looks good. He feels good. I would be happy with him on the tabletop. But he is much different in terms of quality. They're the same size though. It's all about what brings you joy when you're painting and creating. Our Skeletor, he's probably around 60 to 80 hours total because I was hyper focused on him and I was following a guide of sorts. But he was a push. There were a couple of really long streams with him. I mean, New Year's Eve when I did the 5 6 hour stream, that's all I worked on was him. And it starts to come out, and you will see it and feel it in the figure as you go through it because you've seen it yourself when you're painting on your dioramas. If you rush certain aspects of it, it doesn't feel the same and it doesn't look the same and you don't like it the same. Yeah, that's what I want. Adaptus this morning was painting 1,000 suns in 4 hours. He might have been painting on 1,000 suns all stream. I'll be honest, I wasn't always paying attention. I was doing one heck of a lurk for him. Uh, but his 1,000 suns are very intricate with detail. And as the figure is very intricate, as you've noted, it really takes away and detracts from different aspects on it. So your friend could paint it in a day, but he might lose out on something else. Cat the Witch that you saw on stream as well. If I go back and count up how many VODs I have on YouTube, she's probably up there in times as well. Because she used to be the Friday night go-to project. You need to rest, Adaptus. I understand. Go get some. You're okay, friend. You had 4 hours of painting an Egyptian space marine. That's a lot of teal and gold and a lot of futzing back and forth with that stuff. Well, you and Malty are in the same realm of time. So, it's okay to sleep. Loof is not present. She's pissed at me. That's okay. The number of times I forget to tell myself when you're mixing together with red and yellow, then your red out and then mix it into your yellow bit by bit. Helps so much more. Um, my first wet palette, Adeptus, don't laugh at me for saying this, but I used a dinner plate and parchment paper. That's it. I had a little small dinner saucer and I soaked a piece of parchment paper in water and unrolled it on the palette. It has taken me so long to get used to using a wet palette. I have one of those too. Uh, for the longest time, that was the palette I used. Was one of those 27 color well palette or wet watercolor wet well palette. Ugh. I'll get the word out eventually. I still use it today. If I know I'm going to be doing speed painting or if I want to learn a technique using Reaper, I will typically use that. After I finish up him, I'm probably going to do a cell shading paint style. What's that? Tripping over my own words? I'm very good at it. Very good. I excel at it. But then again, I spent all day fighting with a profile, so uh, the but for the Borderlands Kickstarter game that I have, Mr. Torque's Arena of Badassery, uh, and the Elden Ring one that just came in. Christmas helped me. Uh, and over at Painting Big, did a cell shading PDF to talk about how to do it. So I was going to paint up this guy and the similar styles of cell shading. And I think I've got the zenithal just right for him. And I can kind of follow through with the PDF and see what I want to do with it. And see if it's a style I want to continue on with all of those figures. I I have no idea what I'm doing, Adaptus. I am literally making it up as I go and hoping for the best sometimes. As Malty will tell you, I'll repaint something in no time flat if I don't like how it looks. Um, I struggled a lot. I struggle a lot with getting things just right the way that I want them to be. So the cell shading on that idea is kind of just a basic way to help me get the units looking better or not feeling like it's going to be a slog when I paint them all. Because the Borderlands art style is so defined. Like you recognize what it is immediately when you see something. Uh, Whether you're hearing Shortchange Hero or you're seeing like a piece of art, you go Borderlands immediately. Like you instantly recognize it. Um, it's an experiment, and it's going to take me a while, quite honestly, to get it down. Um, I don't know if Layden's still hanging around in stream, but she does a lot of cell shading for her stuff. When she's painting specific things or certain items because she likes it. She likes that style. And I mean it's a really simple ish kind of style, which is um, some amount of black, some amount of you get your triad and you just kind of go 1, 2, 3 all around it, and that's it. But I will probably annoy her one day on stream, and we'll probably have a chat about it when I start tackling that topic. I need a violet. I want green and magenta. So trust me, it sounds more impressive than it actually is. Oh, you're okay. See, your brain's trying to tell you you need to get some rest. We'll blame the other Dutch guy for the brain lag. You're 100% okay to sleep, friend. I enjoy your streams and hanging out with you sometimes. Other times, I just like to lurk and see what chaos ensues and how many people give you the little head bonkies. I just bring chaos with me. That's all I want. It's a little bit of chaos. Have a fun day and see what happens. Given the shit we deal with on a daily basis, it's always needed. And congratulations on finding a place uh, to live permanently. Congratulations. You've managed to do what other millennials have not. You've acquired housing. That is one that we shall reward everybody with. I know. It's always a challenge, adulting, actually. I should paint that a different color brown. This is not going to end well. I mean, I did work 8 hours today, so I did adult. But with the profile up and down, I have so much work to do. But it is the weekend. We're going to have fun. We're going to paint some things. We're going to do a collab stream tomorrow with myself, Laden Roses, Battle Ready Miniatures, Smiling Beagle. And if Death is doing okay and she's feeling up to it, maybe we'll get Death Cafe in the mix. We'll see. Yeah. It's always fun when you get a bunch of people together painting and just jamming out to whatever it is. Didn't realize how much I would enjoy something like that until we actually did it. I'm sure you and I cannot think of the goblin's name that you were streaming with. Geo, yeah. I'll never. I. It's going to be some time before I remember their name. It's going to be quite a while. I see them go live. I don't always hang out in their streams. Oh, I 1000%. Anybody that listens to furry anime crossover, Doomslayer, Doom Guy, definitely going to be high energy. Just get a dad joke going, make him stop and groan. You'll be all right. Really, Siri? Because I forgot to do this 1 second. Why are giraffes so slow to apologize? Because it takes them a long time to swallow their pride. do. Do keep it. I mean, the best one was the day when I asked you if you had a highlighter so you could highlight my day. That was the wrong color. I used that one on you, and I didn't use it on zombie sashimi. That's how special you are. I actually kind of look forward to seeing Zombie tomorrow and chatting with him. And I am taking the most unconventional approach to non-metallic metal. So, do not always follow what I do. Be safe and sleep well, Adaptus. Be safe and sleep well, Adaptus. You have your great rest. You did the Emperor's work today. Magnus did nothing wrong. Have a good night. Ba-da. New brown created. Using some purple and magenta, I can create a different brown for his hammer. Though I do want it to be a little bit thicker. That would be much appreciated. Dear Painty, please stop over thinning your pants. Please and thank you. Time and patience. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na. Welcome in, my friend, taco food truck. Don't ask me to sing. It's a bad idea. Bad idea. Worst idea. And the ideas of worst. Thank you for coming in. It's much appreciated. Unfortunately, I do have an ad that will be starting in about 13 minutes, 14 minutes. I will be taking a small break during that time. I hope you are doing well and your Friday is treating you amazing. And that your Adepticon grind is going well. I don't need to go super hard on this. You did inspire me a little bit, by the way. Watching some of your pointillism on like the sea skin or the blue skin. 1 second. I do have it at the ready. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. I had it at the ready. Where did you go? Oh my God. Oh, there he is. Ah. So I have these underwater ogres from Reaper 6 or 5, really. And seeing your pointillism on using like a blue and a teal is what I was thinking for a lot of their skin tone, and then a lot of the bumps that are raised up that's kind of hard to see would be a magenta kind of color and pop out that way. I was thinking about utilizing a pointillism on them and seeing where it would take me. I thought you might enjoy that. That needs to be gold. Yeah. Um, I would. So it was Anne from Reaper that one day suggested an easy way and a quick way to pick up your like painting skills and take your miniatures and raise them up a little bit would be to use a brown liner. Um, and just kind of take them that way and line between the different things. And then when I was watching your orc come up and kind of the stippling and the pointillisms that you're doing with it really made me think of a lot of the underwater creatures from Reaper 5. One second. Because I painted up that big guy right there, but the skin, Crow did a really good job painting it. It's just, I feel like it could have been better. Um, Personal. And it was a big missed opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. It's a great way to help build in that texture really quickly and fast. Uh, Not fast, but build in that interesting texture that really helps start setting things apart. Uh, Painting big, we'll talk about stippling quite a bit as a great way to increase texture on stuff or increase different things. Stippling and pointillism is a little bit different. Welcome in, Boss Per Leader. I'm Paint to Paint Paints. We're just chatting about being inspired by another painter. Taco Food Truck's doing a Adepticon piece where they're utilizing quite a bit of stippling for the skin tone of an orc. And I really liked it because it's a nice dark green that pops up to a very lovely color and it gives a really stark contrast. It kind of inspired one of the things in my prime bin. Oh, I'm sorry. I could bring that down. Um, to something for me to work on and aspire to a little bit. But welcome in and thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Oh, goody. The text, I forgot to change it all. Please forgive me. As long as it's bringing you joy, Taco, that's all that matters. Yes, I swing by Chimera's stream. I pop in and out. I tend to float around between quite a few. I will be streaming all next week because I will not be at Adepticon with all the cool kids. I'm going to be hanging out with myself and the kitty, and we're going to continue to do our painting journey here. I believe Chimera's going. I know Taco got a ticket to go, so they're going to be there. Grumpy Crane's going to be there. Zombie Sashimi won't be. Spark Minis will be there, and a lot of people will be there. I'm working on a Chibi figure from Chimera Models. Excuse me one second. Um, I was kind of challenged one day by Grumpy Crane to only use the colors that's on this palette to make every color that's here. He is Dwight. Someone from Studio J7 goes, "Is that the office guy, Dwight?" I was like, "Well, he's not supposed to be, but he's gonna be now." But I was working on seeing where I could wrap him up and what to do with him. Since he's going to start becoming my channel mascot, I decided to add a pride flag to his shield to fill in that void of a space and not try to freehand anything too crazy. But I was just working on the non-metallic metals and experimenting with how I eventually want things to look. One day I may do those 4-color palette challenges, Taco. I've seen you. I was one of the ones in June's stream When she came up with the one with the turquoise, that was me. When I get to a palette cleanser, I'm probably gonna lean on a 4 color challenge. Let me turn my exposure down a little bit so it's not blinding as much. Yeah, yeah. I'm the one that threw out the turquoise. Yeah. June was asking for colors, and that day I went and got a haircut, and I said turquoise, and she goes, "Chat was not kind with me on this color choice." I'm like, that's kind of the idea is to see what you can use with the 4 colors. It's kind of an interesting way to handle things. Turquoise and cobalt blue green and those kinds of colors sometimes I feel like get underutilized in painting. They're really great for painting though. But I feel like they get underutilized. Does that actually get me to where I want to go faster if I use magenta and a blue to get a purple? I remember I went and got a haircut and came back and June was painting with it and she goes, "Remember to love yourselves. This palette is a little bit challenging." And she was doing one of her sea crabs. Yeah, that kind of gets me to where I want to go a little bit quicker. Interesting. But it still needs a little bit of red. That's not the brown I want at all. That'd be a really good skin tone, but that's not what I want. 2 minutes until I get to an ad. Yeah, that's where I was going wrong. That's where I went wrong. Start over. New puddle. Bum, 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 bum. And you're done with scale 75, right, Taco? Need to bring his chest down and get it in line with the other pieces. That's a shame. Sometimes scale 75 can be a really weird color mixture to work with. I know a lot of people really herald and like them, but all right, I got an ad starting soon. I'll have to finish my thought after the ad is complete. I'm going to take a small break and stretch. It will be starting soon. You will not miss anything. I'm just so it just tells me ads starting soon, and I never know what to do. Uh, so I just kind of wait for a second, and I wait for SiriBot to scream at me. But we can shift to the BRB screen so you can see the cat. She did not like that laser pointer toy at all, for the record. Still hates it. And we're back. Um, so scale 75 is fine sometimes. It's just Taco's having a bit of a rough go with them. And it's to be understandable when you're trying to do like a display piece. So that's rather unfortunate, Taco. But it seems to be kind of a case with them. I know a lot of painters have stopped trying to use them. Um, both Ninjon and what's his dummy face? Miniac used to love some other colors till the cows came home, but refused to use them now just because of the gel medium. Uh, what I was going to actually ask and potentially suggest was could you mix, if you had some matte medium, could you mix some of that in to help deal with your adhesion issue? Like a 50-50 water and matte medium mixture? Ah, okay. Just, just asking. Just asking. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Breastplate and other bits feel like they're in place with the other gold. And it's not going to be too greeny. One of the things I wasn't liking about it so much was this was more of a yellow green than a brown. Yeah. Yeah. It's always the worst. I was feeling similarly frustrated when I was doing a Reddit challenge one day. It's when I found out the history of Reaper and how Anne came up with the paint range for Reaper MSP. Uh, uh, I was painting something. I did a PTO and I was just painting like crazy a couple of years back. And I went to a store and I bought some Vallejo specifically. It was during the COVID ReaperCon. So I was, checking out those panels and watching and participating where I could and how I could. And that's when I found out that essentially Anne, or Painting Big, created the Reaper MSP line to directly go up against Vallejo's. I'm sorry. I have a super aggressive auto mod. I don't. I didn't see it get caught anywhere, or I would have taken a second to read it. Sorry about that, boss. I need to. I need to go through Nightbot, clean him out, but I don't. Or and check out, make sure Stream Elements isn't being overly aggressive as well. For myself, currently, I'm challenging myself to use just single pigments and mix my own colors for this particular miniature. So my non-metallic metal is not the best, never has been, and it's always been a very, very, very weak suit for me. Very weak suit. I was painting my geisha girl, Maniko, and I was really frustrated with. One second. How her flower boss. Um, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. So I need to let that dry for a second. This is my first bust that I started painting. This is Beniko the Geisha from Chimera, from scale 70, not scale 75, Chimera. She has a lot of non-metallic metal and freehanding work that's been done. I was painting her flower piece that goes on the back of the kimono here. I had it right. There we go. When I realized this gold bit wasn't fitting right, I said something, and another streamer said, "Why don't you try mixing your own brown?" I was like, "Yeah, me, 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 me." So I did, and I really like how the gold is looking for this. So I've continued doing it and working with it over the time. But I was doing him as well, and I was going to do a gold like armor for him anyway. And I was potentially going to reuse the same recipe, but then someone suggested I try making my own. So here I am. Unfortunately for me, boss, I'm going to keep working at the idea of non-metallic metal and pushing myself with it. It's it's one of those that really stresses you out. But when I'm doing like a palette cleanser, I will do like a completely different miniature and maybe include a rough non-metallic metal sketch for it and call it a day. Because I feel like non-metallic metal is one of those things that you have to continuously keep painting for yourself to feel better and better about it. I need more medium. Ah. One of the things that could be fun is if you do D&D spiritual weapons, have them and use them to practice your non-metallic metal. Person I know was having a sale and I bought a bunch of spiritual weapons and used them for non-metallic practice one day. Just to get in the habit of keeping the rhythm moving. It's not there, so I'm going to lower my desk for a little bit. 3D printing is not one of the things that I do. It is cool as all get out, but not always my cup of tea. I need to tone this down some. I need a darker color again. Ah, I understand. Completely understand. Terrain and scatter terrain is very important for wargaming. To adjust the backside of the seagull to bring it in line with this shoulder. I got too orangey with this and I don't like it at all. Okay. I feel like there's a definite shift between the two colors from the front to the back. Define echo. It's a lo-fi playlist. Is it coming through a different channel it's not supposed to? Is that better or worse? Or is there no music now? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So is that playing the music there and only there? Did I finally fix it so I can only have that source going? Oh, stretch. Oh, thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you for telling me we're doing all right. Ba-da-ba. We're getting there. We're getting there. Boss, if you're still there, can you tell me if the music's still going? Just out of curiosity. Thank you. It's exactly what I want it to be. Faint. I don't want it to be a primary thing. Something in the background for when I'm not talking, really. I can always adjust it up just a smidge more. I was having troubles, apparently, getting it to work. So for the longest time, I didn't realize there was on. You're okay, Taco. Enjoy. We're here to paint and be chill. We're here to paint and be chill. I am working on some fine detail myself. Trying to get my last bits of metal up and running on this cat. Thank you for stopping in, boss. Have a good night. Sleep well, rest well, and enjoy your evening. Enjoy your weekend as well. I look forward to seeing you in the future. If you so inclined to feel to stop on by. Ba-da-da-da-da. Just a little bit higher. That'll be nice. Nice. Slowly work it up. Yeah, I did set up a noise gate on it. So hopefully when I get alerts and I'm speaking, the music goes down and then returns up when it when I stop speaking. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh boy, nerd. 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 What are you doing, nerd? Hello, nerd. I love you. What's up, my sweetie? Hmm? Hmm? How are you? You want to say hello to everybody? Or are you being quiet? Are you still upset with me because I kicked you off the table? Hmm? Hmm. I don't. There are times I get really scared when you're near my keyboard, for the record, sweetie. I never know what you're going to do. Oh, okay. Well, all right then. We're going to get a little chatty. You're going to get a little catty with me, aren't you? The longest time. Welcome in, Smithereen. Be safe. Boy, that is my brush, and I will knock you off this table for that. Let's get a dad joke for Smithereen. It's been months since I bought the book, How to Scam People Online. It still hasn't turned up. Hi, sweetie. Okay. 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 I will do random dad jokes here and there, Taco. Right now, my cat is deciding that in front of me is exactly where she wants to be. Yes, hello, sweetie. Hello. How are you? Is there something you need? We're going to push a little extra hard tonight, and we're going to see how much more we can get done on this guy. All right? It's been one of those days at work. It's been one of those weeks. And it's going to be one of those weeks next week. So I kind of want to push a little bit on this project. If you do not mind. Yes, I do bargain with my cat. If you don't bargain with yours, what are you doing with your life? I ask as I slam my water cup down. What do you do with your life if you are not bargaining with a cat to keep working? Oh, I understand. That's that's her commitment. She is a roughly 2-year-old tortoiseshell cat. She is very energetic and can be a handful sometimes. It is getting near the time when I would turn stuff off and I would go give her treats. So she's being a little needy and extra, trying to remind me that it is that she does deserve her treats. And she does, because she's an amazing kitty. Good companion. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Yeah. I was very similar. I was when I started working, when I got out of college and started working my first job. I had an apartment for a year, so I didn't have cats in there because I didn't want to deal with them. The next year came around, I had animals. Um, it wasn't until I had my first partner, or my first long-term study partner, I guess I should say, um, that I said she does need a pet. because, I would be gone for hours and a pet would be good. As that relationship ended, the pet stayed with me. So when I was with another partner, they were actually allergic to cats. So I did not get another cat for a while until after that relationship ended sometime. And then acquired the one that I call Catra now. She's been my partner in crime for many things. So when you randomly hear me talking to someone and calling them a nerd, I am speaking to them. I understand. Um, they're affectionate little psychopaths that like to help. Um, had a shelf that got knocked down in my office, and it housed a crap ton of Legos that have not been reassembled yet. And I've also had to find ways to cat proof parts of my hobby space so someone doesn't decide that all the miniatures become toys for them. Great fun. Mm-hmm. We have an ad coming up in about 15 minutes, by the way. Just as a warning for those lurking and painting. Just in case it does an accidental startle. Turn the contrast way down. You can actually see the bride flag. And they're kind of starting to read the same in terms of color as well. Yay! Yay! Yay, he says. Going all right. How are you doing, Antifreeze? I saw you got all your knights assembled together for your army. I'm just plugging away on him. Good bot. I hope your weekend is going to be good, Antifreeze. And may the weather not screw with you. Though that could be a tall order. That's what I was actually getting the violet for. And then I realized I need to mix more color. Just making sure it was working. Still need to do something with this cloak. Haven't done anything with it in a long time. Whoops. Uh, no, I will not, King. No, I will not. I will be next year. I will not be this year. But yes, this beautiful emote of this penguin was created by King Dixon Balls. They are a beautiful, beautiful individual. And I need to change that. I I should not be allowed to spell ever. Do not let me smell. I just literally said smell when I meant to say spell. Smell you later. Oh, it's been a day. When you screw up the word smell and spell, it's a day. Um, Wow. That's what I get for fighting with a profile all day. Oh, I meant to check that. Oh, well. That is a later me problem. Right now, we're having fun with what we're doing right now. Uh, I'm sure you have a lot of opportunities. If you have one of those reusable kitchen mats, you can stuff it in a food safe container, and that could be a wet pallet. Uh, I'm sure you know all of this, King. I'm just speaking out loud. If I knew I could, I would send up my red grass game one that I never use anymore. Because I have one of the small version ones that I may need 1 year, but I may not as well. Yeah. If I could send that one up to you, King, I would. It's a little bigger than a phone. It's my cute little wet palette. Oh. I did find an additional well palette that I could utilize. Um, that actually wouldn't be a bad idea. They tend to be pretty good water facilitators of some kind. Or they were designed to keep water out for the most part, but ads. Three, two, one. The ad should be over. Thank you, Siri Bot. Oh, I don't know what the paint jams are like at uh, Adepticon or any painting convention. I'll be honest with you, King. But I was telling somebody that my very first wet palette that I ever used was a piece of parchment paper on a dinner plate. Thank you, and welcome back to yourself. I have turned on the cat cam. You should be able to see her ears down there staring out the window. She is quite safe staring out the window. There's no need to raise concern. Um, One of the things that I used was a piece of parchment, just a super wet piece of parchment paper. Yeah. If you could steal some of Grumpy's parchment paper for cooking, that could potentially tide you over. Or there's a community wet palette. Yeah. I figured you would. I knew one of you would. Um, there's the exemplar one, or there's the army painter one. Which one are you thinking about, Taco? I um, or is it Game Envy or is it Exemplar? I forget who did it. I think they're exactly the same. Maybe. I'm actually kind of sad that I won't be at Adepticon. Um, I am going to definitely budget my PTO next year and have a budget to go to Adepticon as well. I want to try to do one other convention as well. I actually gave away the Game MV1 to a former friend of mine that was getting into the hobby. And then realized I wish I had not done that. But we live and learn. We live and we learn. There's sometimes I wish I had that same problem, Taco. Unfortunately, I planned. Or I'm waiting for that shoe to drop early for me. I have a supportive cat. I have a supportive cat. Um, I never did the spouse thing, so it's all me. Yeah, it's not so good. I'm kind of loosely aware. I know. I was checking out a subreddit, and people were talking about Texas, and I was like, oh, poor Texas. I am working on Galen, the Chibi miniature. I'm working on our non-metallic gold pieces all around him. I think I got his shoulders squared away ish. I think he's in a state that I like the gold. I don't want it to be super shiny and reflective. I want it to be kind of like an old antique like stuff. I would not recommend going back to Texas, Taco. They're uh they're having their own set of problems. How you doing this evening, Battle? Yeah, that's definitely a way to put it for them. Be safe, Battle. And we're still on for tomorrow, right? Battle, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, 1 p.m. or 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. your time. Just confirming. I will always plan to be ready for that. Okay. I will be ready. Um, if they did that, King, that would be amazing. Yep. Oh, I got my Elden Ring Kickstarter in too, Battle ready. I think the first one that I might prep is Alexander the Jar. I really like his sculpt. It's relatively clean. A lot of intricacies that I have to paint around, but he should be a fun color. We need to go back to. Is that the most efficient way for you to get up there, little Missy? There you go. Enjoy the view of a very smug 10-pound psychopath. How are you? We're going to come hang out next to me. Hmm? You're not really talkative tonight. You know that, sweetie? Yeah. She is very much a tortie. So her coloring is not as predominant as some other tortoiseshells, but she has every bit of the tortitude and one of the loveliest cats that I could ever be around. We're all mad here, Battle. We're all mad here. One second. Yep. Literally right under. This is where I was painting. And where is the cat? Where is the cat? Right there. Does she have her entire cat tree to the right? Yep. Where do you want to be? Right my way. So please give me a few minutes. She needs some attention. I'm sorry if she accidentally bumps the mic. Mm-hmm. Do you need me to turn on a laser pointer? Will that help? Looks like you got the sleepies, sweetie. You're very much correct, Taco. She does. Oh. Those are my brushes. Oh, I give her all the attention. She gets all of it from me. I turned down one of her toys, so maybe that'll pull her attention away from me for a little bit. She's got a bajillion toys in this house that she likes to play with, but she likes to play with them when I'm nearby and not when I'm not nearby. So, be safe. Take your meds. Be awesome. Um, I mean, she always wants to be nearby. I have a photo that I posted of her in Discord earlier today, Battle, of her up on the cat bed that I got on the edge of my desk, just kind of looking down at me smugly. You're all good, King. We are here to have a good time and be chill. I hope you get all your yip yips ready for everybody at Adepticon. It is the yip yip, right? Oh, well, I mean, she always wants to play. That's the truth of it. She's very, very much a I want to play cat. I probably should have gotten one of her sisters or gotten her a playmate. She could definitely benefit from that. I just didn't want to be outnumbered by cats in the house and deal with other aspects of having multiple cats. I say that, but I still very much clean out her litter pan every day, so I'd be fine. It's just animal to ratio. I cannot have them exceed the number of hands, and they have to always be polite. No, I'm good. I don't need 6 dogs. King? That sounds cute as all get out. And yay! I was right for remembering it was Yip Yips. Because they were some of my favorite Muppets. Yip 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 yip. Yup. Definitely cute as cute AF. Oh, you like the Shield King? Thank you. I figured you'd appreciate it. Yep, 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 yep. When Pooker gets back, I'm gonna work with her a little bit on some of that stuff too. Thank you for providing their name, and I hope you have an amazing con and it's everything that you need it to be. I know they can be socially draining, but they are also socially re-energizing somehow. But do remember to take care of yourself. You're okay. You're a-okay. I keep this at my desk at all times or near my desk. I was dressed up in a cosplay one year at Dragon Con and I got this card that says, "Wow, you looking amazing. Thanks for taking the time and effort to show up in such a great costume. People like you make the Dragon Con event more fun to attend. Have a wonderful day." When you were making your yip yips, it made me remember that that card existed just a little bit. And that I keep it near me at all times. Yeah. She was really cool too when we chatted. Because she actually goes, "Did you uh, make all of this or did you buy it?" And I was honest. I was like, "Well, I had bought it because it's all leather." Um, I was doing a steampunk captain from the Codex of Alara series with that was written by Jim Butcher, and I saw the jacket for sale when you're at a convention, so I bought it. And I have always worn it every year there. And she asked me, and she's like, "Did you buy it?" I'm like, "Yes, I did." There are some aspects of it I just don't have the time for. But just because you buy something does not mean that it is less than. It is always just as good. Oh, I gotta do the little bit of his undermace. Green, I need you. And blue, I need you. I need you, green and blue. Come with me on this journey of color. The group that I paid was the hat comes from the Blonde Swan on Etsy. They make a lot of leather hats in the various forms and fashions. You've probably seen a bajillion of their works all around. And then the actual jacket that kind of inspired the character from the Cinder Spires was created by Pendragon Costumes out of California. Um, that's where I picked that up at. So I bought the jacket that kind of inspired the guy because he had a because in the character description discusses a captain's jacket with flaming skulls going down as the buttons. When I was walking through the convention, I saw it and I spent the money to acquire it because they did a knockoff of Harkness's Jack Harkness, the Doctor Who character. They did one of his jackets where they had the long blue trench coat with the yeah. So essentially, it was a similar pattern to that. But I saw it and I was like, yoink. It's really great marching around in that jacket. And it's like, it's hot as balls outside. Why did I agree to wear this? Every so often, I do get stopped and kids like to take photos with me in it. So, really good. I want some green on this side. The only reason why I want green on the underside or the left side of it is I'm going to use a lot of green in this base. I mean, that's one of the greater parts about going to conventions and seeing some of that. One of my former partners was always a little frustrated when they cut their hair short and did not like having long hair. So, it was during our relationship, we discussed it several times. Um, but a couple of times she cut it too short. She would often be misgendered as a boy because they thought they were a skater person. I gotta remember that they decided to transition to non-binary from time to time. Um, so it is a really good event. Like, conventions are weird because they sap so much energy, but yet we tend to learn so much about ourselves being at the convention itself and walking around and seeing just some of the awesome people that are around. The sapping or finding all the awesome people that just kind of help you learn stuff about yourself you didn't know you needed to learn. One of the things that I learned is I don't like awkward situations with people that think Josh Whedon is a good person. And that was still one of my weirdest examples. And I learned I don't care for being in awkward positions all that long. And if I'm forced to be stuck in them, I get really in a weird, funky head spot. Um, I don't know how much you know about Josh Whedon and his fall. It was a pretty spectacular fall. I'm assuming you know a little bit about the dirtbag he turned out to be. I mean, he granted he created the amazingness that was Buffy. It's just there was a writer room that kind of kept him in check. Long story short, piece of trash. Firefly was a very different show. It was the second show that he was doing on Fox after he did Buffy, and Fox was giving him a little bit more room to make the sci-fi show. Um, some of the actors have kind of come out a little bit more now after the downfall of Josh and said, "Yeah, we weren't never going to do it. It wasn't because of Nathan. It was because of other things." And I think it was Jewel State that said something to the effect of the only reason why it was so good is because it lasted for one season. I was like, "Oh shit." Jewel is like one of those treasures that when she's in a show, it tends to be a lot of fun. Uh, that and the I forget her name from Morta, whatever it was, but yeah. So I was standing in line at this con, and unfortunately, I was stuck, and I was unable to leave where I was at in line because I wanted to see the presenter. Uh, there was one person there that was like really into the idea of reviving Firefly. And I'm like, dude, you kind of know that he was really crappy, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, you do know how the first episode was supposed to end, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, I don't want to be around you anymore. Can I find a way to get out of this line? But unfortunately, it's too long at this point that if I got out, I would not be able to see the presenter. And I would miss one of the things that I did at the convention. So I had to smile and nod and play along. And from that point on, I decided we're only going to talk to people that aren't going to be weird, and we're going to judge them based on their costume or lack of costume. Yeah, I've heard that as well about Josh or Nathan as well. Um, but then people are like, "Well, point to it." I'm like, I all I have are the stories, and that's it. So I tend to avoid him because that was part of the reason why Um, what was the show? Castle? When it was on NBC or whatever it was? It was actually a really fun show to watch, but it was the main actress, Stana something something something. She was getting tired of the show, I think, or she was getting tired of something that was going on. It's kind of unclear, but it ended in kind of like a really abrupt status. And I'm really sad that that actress doesn't work anymore. But what you up to, sweetie? Oh, that's cat fact. What is our cat fact of the day? A cat's jaw has only up and down motion. It does not have any lateral side to side motion. Interesting. I've never known that. But then again, I've never tried to make your jaw go side to side. But that was the year that I decided that I'm going to judge people based on what they are wearing or not wearing before I even open my mouth and talk to them. And then instantly file them away for get away from as fast as I can and don't sit next to them. Hi, how are you, my love? Are you feeling good? I know, feels like we're not getting much done, but we're actually kind of wrapping up quite a bit. We need to work on the base quite a bit, and I need to finish up his hair, which was a red brown. No, no, not your drink. I have my big cup of water. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's up, sweetie? Mm-hmm. How are you? Mm-hmm. Your paws are really warm, by the way. Mm-hmm. No, this is mine. Oi, that is my brush. It's my brush. I'm making a mess out of his hair right now. I get the striations that I want. Welcome back. I hope your beverage is tasty. Whatever your beverage of choice is. I am sticking to the water. Sorry, I wanted to create duplicate effects. Is it effects? Download. GIF. Current page. Oh, sorry. instead of switching to a full scene, I was thinking of just swapping out to having an ads in progress GIF pop up. Closing time idle. Reacts. Watermark. Where did that get saved? Number of times I lose something because I thought I saved it in the right spot. Versus the number of times I remember where I put it. Brand ideas. Title. Closing. Oh, it's because it's a video. Dum dum. I thought you saved as a GIF, but you did not. Welcome to stream, where I get random ADHD ideas and I run off into the world. Please forgive me. We're here to paint and create. No, I have not. They are unfamiliar to me. No, it was 11 minutes. So my React PNG thing down in the right hand corner, I have essentially saved that. The closing time there is essentially the same thing, just copied over and over again. So I just, instead of switching to that full scene with the cat videos, in case I want to like hang out and just be nearby, because I don't smoke anymore. And uh, sometimes it's fun just to be in chat with people. I figured I would just swap that in place, like everybody else. We have about 11 minutes, and it will be about that time again. And that's what made me think about it. But it would be a fun way to just stay nearby. Sometimes watching Ghoul's stream, he just literally sits there in silence and stares at the camera. I'm like, are okay. Obviously, you're doing stuff right, but still at the same time, that seems a little weird. So I figured really quick I would make myself a similar thing, but I'm going to have to clean up my text quite a bit and get a border around it so it's a little bit more readable because it was barely readable with the without that border on there. So that is a tomorrow task. I have a functioning form of it right now. And fighting with that photo op software sometimes can be off-putting. I mean, that's what Ghoul does. It's kind of funny watching it sometimes. I'm like, that's okay. Like, he's a great painter. It's just watch it. So I'm more used to watching streamers that are doing things like Kaizo Mario or Legend of Zelda ROM hacks, stuff like that, where you didn't really have a lot of ad breaks. I totally forgot to do his ears. They are still very much red. Um, so they didn't really care about ads or when ads would happen. Watching the painting community like Grumpy, Taco, and everybody else is just kind of like, hey, here you go. Welcome in, Smiling Beagle. How are you doing this evening? I should give you a shout out. We're trying to get you to 50 followers. Do give Smiling Beagle consider giving him a follow. He is a nearly retired computer programmer that is coming into the streaming community and working on painting and getting back into the hobby. Um, it's, I mean, for me, King, sometimes this stuff is like my day at work can be mentally draining and emotionally draining and physically draining. But when I know it's a stream night, for whatever reason, I start perking up. I might be a little slow at the beginning. Um, but when I get rolling and I start feeling like everybody kind of just slowly rolling in and saying, "Hey," I will pick up and I will start getting ready to fight. Just because it's fun being around a bunch of people that are all wanting to do the same thing or talk about the same kind of thing. And it's not a day where it's like, oh, you have to be the one responsible for solving all the world's problems. So for me, streaming actually kind of helps recharge me. after a stressful day of working because I can pick up like this red dragon right here. Yeah, I can see that too. But being able to work on like this red dragon and just be slow with all of the pieces of it, because that was the other thing I was considering working on was getting the underside of his wings squared away. But Mr. Chibi, Mr. Chibi has got my attention tonight. Um, but I totally get you, King. Whether you like it or not, you are perceived. It was just red, magenta. Um, that was my original base tone. Yeah, we're going to be with Hans and Spa, the Techno Twins. I'm sorry, that's all I could think about when this song came on. Magenta red, cold yellow, and white. Um, for me, it's kind of interesting getting the lights going on because it's. I'll be honest, streaming now versus when I first started, way back in the day, it's a very different environment. Uh, but yeah, I totally perceive what you're tossing down. I need to get his ear. And were you able to print that figure smiling? All right, just asking. Just asking. And you are going to join us tomorrow, right? Myself, Layden, and Battle Ready for that group stream. I hope the answer is yes. Okay, just making sure. We're a ragtag group of people, so um, that's why I was asking. Is I didn't know if you were going to start breaking it out and painting it. Because you'd mentioned trying to do something a little bit larger. Um, the person that showed me that was Michael Paint Minis. Also a fellow streamer as well. I didn't know that he lived over in Texas and helped Reaper with their paint and takes or their painting, in store painting. Ah. So I have, like, I like painting small, cute things too. Obviously, because I have cutie patootie Sundays. But, so someone saw like the video of my office and they looked around and they're like, "You don't have a 3D printer?" I said, "Nope." Simply because there's so many print houses out there right now that I find it easier to go through them. Uh, he's like, "I figured you would." And I was like, I got to be careful who I talk to sometimes. Yeah. We do have an ad starting soon. I will be present and remaining in chat because Smiling is here. But I will be stretching for a few moments and letting the paint dry. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, you got the turbo. So we'll just put up the ad flipping and just chat. Ba-na-na. I am doing a wiggle. Um, a waddle. So I have a standing desk, King. Yes. King Dixon Balls is the one that made me this beautiful emote. And you just get a waddle on. Which, by the way, King, I use that GIF in a few other places for alerts. Just so you're aware. But yeah, the I need to get the I need to put a border around that text and darken it up so it pops out. Because it doesn't always read all that well. Reading much better that way. But it's lost that way. Camera, I hate you. Why are you so weird, camera? Stop being weird. It made me happy, King. And you did colorize it somewhat too and modified it. Oh, my phone had do not disturb start. Ba, ba. Actually, believe it or not, Smiling, the figure that you see on screen somehow, by some stroke of random key throwing the prompt at AI, generated that guy. Do not ask me to do it again because I do not know how I did it. It finally produced something And I said, "Oh, okay, that works." Um, but that's a lot of what AI can be sometimes when working with it. Was just also King Dixon balls can help make emotes and all kinds of things like that. They do digital art. They help build stream decks and profiles and things like that. They are a fun person as well. They will be out next week due to Adepticon. But they shall return presently. I was working on the ear. King, you're better than us. And that's all it takes some days. Because that's the most amazing and best part about it. Smiling Beagle's ideas and thoughts are to be steampunk oriented, which can be fun. I know when Pukra returns from their LARPing session, me and them are going to sit down and talk about some things. And I might have a jam session with them, one or two. Speaking of which, King, I still owe you something. I know you don't feel like it was a lot, but to me it was something that does express some gratitude. So if you would like to tell me a way to express it, I will gladly do it that way. I'm sure you'll get bored at cons somewhere, or you'll run across something. Okay. Okay. It. I feel bad for Spark. Every time I've seen them online, or I've seen them in a chat, I'm like, "So what's your percent at now?" And I have a feeling they're just going to be like, "I'm going to fight this dude if I ever meet them in real life." Um, Her diorama though that she was working on was beautiful. Dear Fingers, thanks. We would like you to start working again. Okay, thanks. Bye. If you do not wish to work, just let us know. And we did talk Beagle. That is Labor Day weekend, right? Or is it sometime after, before Labor Day? Ah, that makes sense. I have a calendar right here. Yeah, I can't do Nova. Well, maybe Cheap King. Still inhuman. I remember talking to a guy, and he was always frustrated after 9/11 because he had to take his shoes off. Wow. That's ridiculous, King. Yeah. Yep. And that's the part of flying that I dislike the most. I didn't need black for that. Goofball. I need red and magenta. That is the base of my skin tone. Just another Tuesday. Fine. Yeah, you don't want to carry something extra, or you don't have an extra water bottle hiding somewhere. Ba-na-na-na. I was going to ask if you guys carried Packers. Well, statistically speaking, it's still safer. It's only worse if you're going towards military installations because apparently they decided they wanted to ignore the rules, which is oddly surprising for the military. There's my pretty skin tone. Well, who just gave me a follow? Because I just hit 110. Thank you for the follow, Viper Retorques. Welcome in. I am stretching. Oh, let's get. Oh, I needed to do that for a while. Thank you for that stretch. Oh, where'd you brush off, goofball? I need to fix those alert volumes. They're not loud enough. The stretch or the alert volume? Oh, it could have been the. Oh, okay. Let me I dropped them to be about equal with the music king. So if we get another one, we'll know if it works. Yeah, I did. I dropped both of the alerts down. Um, I had set them up in the
Painty underscore paint underscore paints, stay in frame, smiley face.
That was much quieter, wasn't it? Or was that non-existent?
Painty underscore paint underscore paints, stay in frame, smiley face.
I can replay it. I did hear it, but the music actually overdwarfed it for me. I'll need to figure that out on my end internally. But thank you for that follow, Viper. And welcome in. We were regaling of the joys of flying and how much TSA hates human beings. Traveling while trans and just in general traveling. Yes, I would like to fly to a different part of the States. Very good. Dear sir, madam, or they, them, please step through this magical portal that's going to scan to see if you have anything metal on you. Okay. Don't worry about the radiation that's coming off. It's not going to harm you in 5 years. I promise it won't. Okay. We're going to scan your bag. Okay. Do you need me to open my bag? Um, uh, I know it's not the same, King, but a former partner of mine used to live in, was ex Air Force brat. So she grew up in the, um, she grew up in Korea. Uh, she was a blonde in Korea, and in the Korean and Asian cultures, seeing a blonde-haired person was considered good luck. So everybody would always like to touch the hair. Hello, my mini marvels. We like to talk about everything. We're currently talking about flying as a trans individual and the troubles and challenges with it. I was sharing a story that was similar in problems to what King was saying, which is sometimes you just don't want to deal with the drama, so you just hide who you have to be, and that's what my former partner would do. Is that they would put their hair up in a ponytail and hide it underneath a baseball cap, so people would not want to touch their hair. But welcome in, my mini marvels. It is good to see you, my monochromed lettered friend. We are currently working on our Chibi fair character for Galen. Uh, I am working around and futzing and pushing myself a little bit. I should probably consider calling it at some point tonight. However, uh, I'm having way too much fun because I'm having a very active chat tonight and I am enjoying it. So, I was working on his face and his hair, or his hair and his ears, because I forgot his ears. His ears were very much red. But now they look like they belong to the face. And now we're going to futz with the hair. Hello, my child. Would you like to come and be close? It is. $10. I might go for another half an hour, and then I will dump you all off before I get rated, or before I get another ad interruption. What's that? My wet palette of just randomly mixed colors. This is my hair tone here. This has been my non-metallic region. This has been the steel non-metallic region. This has been some version of green, purples, and pink, violets. I don't know what these three puddles were. And this was my skin tone right down here. So this particular figure here, I was complaining one day about my non-metallic metal on this lovely creature and how I picked the wrong color brown one day. I was painting the back of her, or them, really. I was painting this flower bonnet on the backhand side, and the original box art used gold accents around the center of her flower and a red piece on the inside. I was complaining that I wasn't happy with my gold, in which Grumpy Crane Studio said, "Why don't you mix your own?" And I said, "Sure." And that's how he was born. So, my cat's head is not a part of the challenge. Hello, sweetie. I'm petting the cat while I tell the story. Um, so all of the colors that are on the palette are colors that have been used on the figure and mixing up to my own non-metallic skin tone, hair color, steel colors, base colors, bone colors, fur colors. This has very much been a challenge for myself to push myself a little bit harder. The pride flag was painted using the same color scheme, or using all of the same colors. Black and white are on there, so getting a gray is easy. And then getting a purple and mixing those colors is kind of a fun exercise as well. My cloak is going to be purple as well, and it's popping out. It's not always required. I do use Reaper MSP extensively as well. When I do some cell shaded figures, or I start playing around with the idea of cell shading for the Borderlands characters, I'll probably flip to a dry palette and Reaper MSP for it, just to get a feel for what I want to work on. So, this is one of the figures from Borderlands, the board game, that I plan on painting. Recently, I realized I'm not much of a batch painter, and I don't like batch painting all that much. It actually drains me a great deal. Uh, but Anne from Painting Big over at Reaper, and she runs her own YouTube channel and Twitch channel, came out with a Patreon for cell shading, and she did a post on it, and I was like, oh, that might actually work for these guys, so I can use a brown liner and 3 paints for the skin, 3 paints for like his green pants, and then choose like random colors for all their different guns, and then I can hit them with some metallics and color it. Yes, it's called Mr. Torque's Arena of Badassery. This is the best unit ever. Yep. Epic Duck Studios. 1 second, please. Uh, check mark. Check mark. Check mark. Check mark. Check mark. Check mark. You weren't quite there yet, smiling, so you didn't make my list. Epic Duck Studios. Check mark. Check mark. Check mark. I'm sorry. That's just too funny. He's an assigned so uh uh all I could think about now is, do you have to reach a certain status on Twitch to be assigned a Canadian? I've checked out Brush for Hire a couple of times. Um, I've been rated into his streams. I've watched him paint before, and it's amazing. I was watching Chimera Paints and Hood Miniatures, or Hood Gaming, and the crazy work that guy does. Um, so one of my very first exes that I got a cat for now lives in Canada, so maybe it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Maybe I need to give you something for leaving them in Canada. Not an import. Are you Grumpy's assigned Canadian? Serious questions only. Just as long as you don't let her Kennedy. Let her let you know what I mean. Are you Grumpy's assigned Canadian? Okay. I accept this. So, my mini marbles, we can talk to King about the challenge that Grumpy gave me, and they do hold some amount of blame, but I would recommend not messing with their Tim Hortons. That's about all I got. Oh, Grumpy Crane's the one that challenged me to mix my own colors and explore kind of building it myself. So that's why I'm using the single pigment chimeras, is because I don't want to have interactions with other things. Here's a handful of greens from Reaper MSP. I have Leaf Bud, Spruce, Shadow, Brilliant. I could do the same thing. Um, yeah, that's the origin story. I'm sorry. I thought I'd start it there. Um, well, he passed it to me, and I decided that, hey, I can do that. So, guess what I'm doing? No, 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 I have not. One of the things that I did do was I was reading through the art book from Tenbray, which is the Chimera Kickstarter, where I picked up a lot of this stuff. Um, I personally grew frustrated with not owning an entire set of range of paints. Oh, you guys can see her going crazy over there. So I was reading through uh, this art book from Chimera, and I flagged 2 pages in there. So they have a very large section talking about color theory. Uh, One of the interesting things that I saw in here was not that non-metallic piece. It's a different non-metallic. Ah, 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 ah. You're not helping me, sweetie. Well, I can't find it off the top of my head. I thought I had it bookmarked, but I do not. One of the things that they mention is that one of the guys was talking about how much they enjoyed Reaper MSP, and specifically, one of the colors he was showing off was non-metallic gold highlight. So if you ever buy a Reaper MSP Triad, non-metallic gold has one of the most versatile highlights in there because this is a very warm and cold yellow all at the same time. You cannot find it yet. I am sure you will ask Grumpy, and Grumpy will send it to you in like no time flat, and then you will have it. Ah, you can chill out, sweetie. No. Aha! Aha! Okay, I am going to open this JPEG up, and we are going to save it. So, that is looking like it is the single pigment colors listed out on a lot of bottles of paint. So, unlike others, Michael, these are the image that King linked in there utilizes the actual number that's here. So if I look over in my red pink area, I should be able to find magenta, which is PR 122. Interesting. Um, so I've really started to pick up on the identification of pigments and pigmentation. It makes sense. It really does. I mean, one of the rabbit holes that I was watching was a video from a guy that was talking about how to mix your own skin tone. And the steps you needed to take for it when mixing your own. And the recommendation was to, you know, oh, it very much is. No, it was not my mini. It was someone else talking about color theory. So if you draw like a little blue circle around your skin tone, and imagine that being a color wheel. So if you start with red, you go, oh, that's too bright. Um, I need to lighten it up, so I'm going to grab a yellow. And you can start to blend together what you're looking for. And build your orange up to get something close to what you want to be as yours. So just from red to yellow in that regards. And then you can mix in blue as well. Just to kind of have that darkening shade kind of deal. Um, I've kind of I like vents. I've fallen out of vents a little bit, to be honest with you. Um, him and Sam and Miniac, and they're good painters and they have good videos. It's just I've fallen out a little bit with them. So um, his skin tone was a red magenta base with a little bit of ultramarine blue mixed in to be dark, and then using cold yellow and white to lighten them up. Yep. So this is cold yellow. I don't have a pure yellow pigment from well, I do. So my choices for the yellows were either yellow oxide or warm yellow. So I decided to go with cold yellow since I wanted to do steel. The Maniko here, she's actually using warm yellow in her non-metallic metal. And you can actually kind of tell a difference in the depth of it versus that. Yeah. He he's done a couple actually. Um I did see that video. I forget the guy's name off the top of my head that I was watching. Hi, sweetie. You're in my way. And we're reaching the point in the night where I don't think I can paint anymore because my boss will not let me. But Vince does have interesting ideas when he's painting up his. Hi, can I help you? That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to move in the violet range. Excuse me. I don't know. You're in the way right now, sweetie. I'm trying to figure out something. Um, but I saw Vince's video. I tried to watch part of it and then turned it off. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll probably wait a little bit longer, and we'll figure out where we're gonna go. I wanted magenta and green, not red and green. That was not giving me the color I wanted. So I am definitely finding the edge of my thing. Excuse me. But it so this was my first time making those skin colors, and that was very much a interesting learning experience for me. For sure. And I would actually recommend someone else try it as well, if you so felt had the patience for it. But the origin story of why I bought all the chimeras is that I wanted an entire paint set in its entirety in its whole range. Sweetie? Okay. Um, so when I was backing one of the Kickstarters for Chimera, I decided to acquire it all. That's my origin of why I started using Chimera. And I started slowly replacing my ideas of doing it, using it. It's not the way I want to go. Oh, but if you're still there, if you're doing army painting and batch painting, I don't know if I would recommend the chimeras stuff because it's so when you have to paint 200 units, it's not. I'm gonna fall to Uncle Adam and be like, yeah, yeah, no, yeah, that ain't happening. Yeah. Um, but if you're painting like a one singular one-off character, we got some jamming to do here. I would gladly accept some, King, but I had some chocolate cake from a grocery store today and I had a Coca Cola. So I should not eat so much sugar. But sugar is delicious. And Oreos are delicious. It is a danger when you buy the thin Oreo mints. And you get some vanilla ice cream and mix them together. I did not plan for that color, but I'm digging this color. A coworker of mine is diabetic, and he refused to do the finger pricking thing. So they finally gave him like the installed patch. And when he was first learning what was causing all of his spikes, can't eat white bread, can't eat this, can't eat that, can't eat rice, can't eat this. He goes, if I eat white rice, my blood sugar spikes. If I eat this, it spikes. If I eat that, it spikes. I'm like, are you serious? What can you eat? Not a whole lot. Then why are you drinking a frickin' Spendivia or whatever it is? I can't give up my Diet Coke yet. I'm like, son of a biscuit, boy. Accept your fate and die, please. Oh, I I literally cannot buy a package of cookies because I will just destroy them in no time flat. All right, his cloak needs a little bit more. I have a few more minutes left before I have to. I should get to bed tonight. Oh, there's a homemade donut place near me. If I go there, I have to like not buy everything under the sun because if I do, I'm gonna eat it all, and it's delicious. They have literally the best cake donuts known to anybody. I had to go by the store this morning and get, or this afternoon during my lunch break, and acquire some a pizza cutter because I realized I threw my old one out. And while I was there, I needed some coffee for myself because I was tired of drinking flavored coffee. Um, and I was like, you know what? Since I've been such a good person and I have not bitten anybody today, I am going to get myself a piece of chocolate cake. And I had that with lunch. Pastry is delicious. Okay. I need to put this down. And I need to figure out who we're going to go raid to the Twitch. Useless Wizard, don't know them. Somehow I ended up in his place 3 times. Professional Grim. Who's on my following channels? I've got lemon, easy peasy lemon squeezy, Dream Fortress miniatures, and Wicked minis. Since this person's doing June and I see Sebastian, we're going to go say hello to Dream Fort minis. Dream Fortress minis. So, I thank you all for coming along with me on this journey. I have been here for quite some time. I did not expect to be going this long. To be 100% honest, I thought I was going to be a lot further along than I was. However, shenanigans. You have a great night. I am going to take you all and send you off to see someone new and pass the love forward. And we'll go say hello to this person. Dream Fortress Minis. Take care. Start the raid first and then say hello to everybody and goodbye. You all be good. Be safe. Enjoy yourselves. Everyone be safe traveling to Adepticon and starting to get there. I will see you all in April and enjoy.